yes, President Trump was able to stave off for a few more weeks by finding money to pay for them, but as Chairman Rogers pointed out, that account's about to go dry. But there are other federal employees that were not able to get paid just in this most recent pay schedule. And my local media outlet, WWL-TV, just did a story today that went live about the consequences to those federal employees. We're talking about thousands of people just in Southeast Louisiana. Maybe Chuck Schumer doesn't care about those people, but his party is causing pain through a lot of corners of this country. I want to read a quote from the director of the food bank in the New Orleans area. He said, quote, "Demand is up, supply is down, and now we're getting hammered by the fallout from the government shutdown as more and more people who may have been expecting to get that paycheck to buy groceries. So now they'll come to us or one of our 500 partners to get food assistance." That was the chief strategy officer of Second Harvest Food Bank in New Orleans, just representing one area of the country where thousands of federal workers can't even afford to buy groceries and are going to a local food bank so that Chuck Schumer can appease the most radical socialists in his party. This is affecting real people. And there's a bill that, again, doesn't solve all of our differences, but just allows those people to be freed so that they can get back to work. They can get their paychecks. They can provide food for their family while we negotiate those differences for another few weeks. It's time for Chuck Schumer to end this madness. There's a bill to open the government. Let's go solve our differences, negotiate our differences, but in the meantime, stop holding the American people hostage, Chuck Schumer. Yield now to our conference chair, Lisa McClain.
Thank you. Well, happy Friday, everybody. Here we are again. It's been almost a month since House Republicans passed a bill to keep your government open. And what have Democrats done in all that time? They have voted now 11 times to shut the government down. Shut the government down. 10 times to deny paychecks to troops. 10 times to block food assistance from struggling moms and families. 10 times to close our national parks. And 10 times to force our TSA agents, Border Patrol officers, and air traffic controllers to work without pay. Why? Ask yourself why. Because Democrats are holding the American people hostage, using you as leverage to demand more wasteful spending. That's what they want, to the tune of $1.5 trillion of that. And what do they want you to spend your money on? Well, again, let's take a look at it again. I know I sound like a broken record, but these are the facts. Government benefits for illegal immigrants. They want to spend your tax dollars on that. They want to spend your tax dollars on handouts to left-wing media outlets. They want to spend your tax dollars to fund LGBTQ awareness campaigns, not here, but overseas. Right, because your money should be spent on LGBTQ awareness overseas. And pet projects that President Trump already shut down for being wasteful and woke. See, the Democrats like the wokeness, and they advocate for the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. And they advocate for that on your backs and with your money. It makes no sense until you see who's really calling the shots. This weekend, we'll see mobs of radicals at the I Hate America rally. And you'll see them across the country. These are the same activists who pressure Democrats to keep our government closed, to hurt you, to divide us, and to push their far left agenda. So when you see those images, remember this. This is who Democrats are fighting for. Not you, not our troops, not the hardworking moms down the street. They're fighting for the most radical voices in America. And make sure that they own that, right? It's time to stop catering to the protesters and start standing with the American workers. Open the government, pay our troops, reject Chuck Schumer's dirty little deal, and let's get back to work for the American people.
Thank you. Okay, questions?
Mr. Speaker, what's your message to the 170 or so U.S. citizens who have been detained by ICE? About 20 of them are children. And to your GOP colleagues, do you support ICE raids in the agriculture and hospitality sectors of your districts?
I don't know what you're talking about with the children. I do know that ICE is.
170 U.S. citizens, according to ProPublica, have been detained by ICE so far since January.
Okay, I haven't seen that, so I'm not going to comment on it. But I will tell you that ICE is doing the job that the American people demanded that they do. If you look back at the election results of 2024, it was overwhelming. And virtually every poll noted that the border and the issues that came from the open border were the #1 issue on the minds of Americans. It's largely why President Trump won such an overwhelming victory in the election, won all 7 swing states and 75 million popular votes. House Republicans got 74.8 million popular votes, the highest vote total we've ever had in history, and largely because we were talking about the madness of the open border and all the chaos that ensued and came from that. Now, the border has been totally closed. There's virtually 0 illegal crossings now in the last 4 months as it's been recorded, and that's because you have strong leadership. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement, that's what ICE stands for, don't forget. They're enforcing federal law. They're enforcing the federal immigration law. There's about 20 million people who crossed that border when it was wide open for 4 years. A lot of them are very dangerous people. They need to be rounded up and sent right back home, and they're doing their very dead level best to do that. But anyone who breaks our law has to make account for that, because you have to enforce the law or you don't have a sovereign country. If you don't have a border, you don't have sovereignty. The administration is doing the best they can. They're trying to ensure that we get some sanity back to the situation. Ultimately, we need comprehensive immigration reform to deal with all this. You'll never be able to round up 20 million illegal aliens, but they've focused their attention early on, and you can see by their actions, they focused on the dangerous criminal illegal aliens who came across the country, and that has been roundly applauded by everyone in America because it did us great harm. And it will continue to do us great harm if you don't have a strong commander-in-chief. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you very much. Hakeem Jeffries earlier today said to expect swift legal action if Adelaide Grijalva isn't sworn in today during the pro-forma session. What's your reaction to that? Are you still committing to only swear her in once the House is back in session?
I thought Hakeem was a better attorney than that. It's a publicity stunt by a Democrat attorney general in Arizona who sees a national moment and wants to call me out. She has nothing whatsoever to do with what's happening in Congress. Rep-elect Grijalva is to be congratulating for winning her late father's seat. We love that. We're going to administer the oath to her as soon as we get back to our regular legislative session, as I've said 1,000 times. That is the issue. I'm following the Pelosi precedent, by the way, as I've noted here. Our dear friend and colleague, Julia Letlow from Louisiana, won her special election in similar circumstances, replaced her late husband, who passed away tragically because of COVID, Luke, our friend, and Julia won the race, and Nancy Pelosi took 25 days to administer the oath to her, and no one held a rally or stomped around or barged indoors or did TikTok videos about it, because we understood that was the way the process works. If you look over the history of the institution, this is how it works. No one is impeding her. And by the way, I would say to Rep. Grijalva, if her Democrat colleagues and leadership have not informed her, you can be serving your constituents right now. You have an office. She's hired 16 employees. They keep going by and knocking on the door and pretending it's locked. If it's locked, it's because Rep. Grijalva is choosing not to represent her constituents. She can be handling their calls, directing them appropriately, and doing lots of important work right now. I don't know if she is. I hope she is. No ill will towards her at all. I'm going to congratulate her, as I do every colleague who comes in, and we'll do it as soon as we can get the government open again, and get all these Americans who are suffering taken care of. Yes, ma'am. Back here.
Thank you. What is your reaction to Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene saying this is a serious issue in regards to Representative Corey Mills and accusing you of hypocrisy over the handling of this situation versus George Santos?
I don't know. I try not to react to what Marjorie Taylor Greene says every day. I did see, somebody told me that she accused me of ousting Santos, which of course is the exact opposite of the history. Everyone can go review what happened. I opposed his expulsion from Congress. I voted against it. I advocated to my colleagues not to do that. And you can take George Santos's word for it himself. I think right before he submitted to prison, he did a very friendly social media post about me and how I'd been such a great friend to him and a help to the guy. I had a lot of, I was trying to reach out to him as I would any colleague who's in a difficult situation. And I'll be frank, I talked to George Santos about redemption and about, God's mercy and grace. So look, I don't know what Marjorie's talking about. Corey Mills, I noted a few days ago when I was asked about Corey Mills, I'm aware of the allegations against him. I'm an attorney, so I'm going to reserve judgment on that, let the legal process play out, as I should, as anyone would expect. But what I said about Corey from the podium, I meant he's been a very hardworking member of Congress. He digs in deep on his areas of expertise and all of that. And, he served his constituents faithfully. So far as I've seen, I mean, he's been, a hardworking colleague here. With regard to what's going on in his personal life, I don't know. I mean, I know people want me to throw colleagues under the bus. I don't do that. I'm not going to do that. And we'll let the legal process play out. So thank y'all so much.
I did. Nope. Oh, you're playing golf right now?
received over 1,500 incoming calls, our highest number of the year. As the Trump administration escalates their tactics, we have to adapt and take new actions as well. In addition to coordinating rapid response in areas across Chicagoland, we're also demanding that elected leaders across the state step up and meet the moment. To that end, over 100 of ICER's leaders went to Springfield earlier this week to demand action on our state platform, which we are calling Safety and Action for Liberation Together, or SALT. Why SALT? Because it melts ice. Our community members are demanding updates on the Trust Act to address the Trump administration's overreach, ICE out of hospitals to ensure all people get the care they need, ICE out of courtrooms so people can seek justice without fear of deportation, and ICE out of early childhood centers and higher education as a way of building on Safe Schools for All, which passed this spring session. These are meaningful steps that the General Assembly and Governor can take to protect Illinoisans at such a critical and unprecedented time. And this is the time to act. Communities across the state are coming together to say that what Trump, DHS, and ICE are doing to our neighbors every day is not normal and should not be tolerated. Here in Illinois, let's make sure we continue to lead. Visit ICER's social media pages to take action and ask members of the General Assembly to support ICE's SALT platform and continue looking for one another. Remember, you have the right to record. You have the right to record law enforcement activity in public, the right to remain silent, and the right to ask for an attorney. Please call and share the ICER Family Support Hotline at 855-435-7693. Organized and educated communities are safer communities, and together we can keep each other safe. Thank you. Now it's my honor to present to you my Senator, U.S. Senator Dick Durbin.
Thank you, Dulce. Thank you, Dulce. Let me just say at the outset that Senator Duckworth joined me last weekend when we went to Broadview and several communities, Brighton Park as well as Bronzeville. She couldn't join me today. She just had a surgery at Walter Reed this week. It went fine. She's back home resting, but her heart is with us, and she is supporting our effort to make sure that people all across Chicago and all across the nation know what's happening in this city. Reverend Terrell, let me tell you, I can't say anything better than what you said, describing the situation in this wonderful neighborhood where families are together, working for a community and a safe neighborhood for their children and others who live with them. The story that you tell of last Sunday, when ICE targeted this neighborhood and churchgoers who were going home after the service at this church, is a scandalous situation which we shouldn't overlook. To think that people had the courage to come to this church, many of whom know that they could be pulled off and snatched on the street and detained or worse, is an indication of how much they believe in faith and how important it is in their lives. And the fact of the matter is that they, at great risk, did it and believed that they were safe in this church and in this neighborhood. That was not true. ICE on the Sunday came to this neighborhood and ended up tear gassing those people who had been at church and were simply, as the Reverend says, walking their dogs. Is this America? Is this what we signed up for as Americans? To have this kind of fear for families to go to church? To have a government agency come and target the neighborhoods of churches when they know that many Hispanic families are people of faith and they care very deeply about showing that faith on Sunday, for example? That to me is an outrage. The president says this is about rapists and terrorists and criminals and the criminally insane and sexual predators. It's not. The people who are being detained and snatched off the street are not people who are guilty of those crimes or even charged with those crimes. The people who are taken off the street are simply those who look Hispanic, and that's all it takes. In fact, you don't even need to do that in some circumstances by the ICE standards. So the point I want to make is this. Those of us who care need to speak up. In our neighborhoods and our churches where we work, we need to speak up on behalf of those who cannot speak for themselves. They're the people who need our support now more than ever. I'm going to continue to do that. Judiciary Committee and raise this issue for the nation to hear what's going on in this city. This is a great city. It does not need National Guard from Texas or any place for that matter. It does not need these ICE agents who are doing things in neighborhoods that are just not consistent with American values. We are a better nation than this. Let's stand up for those who cannot speak for themselves. I'm honored to be able to introduce Congresswoman Delia Ramirez. She is an outstanding spokesperson for our cause, and I believe we're in her district, and I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Senator. Quisiera comenzar en español. Primeramente, darle gracias al pastor Tam, lo conozco como pastor Tam, a Dulce y a Ere por las maneras que continúan todos los días levantándose. Y a veces en los momentos que tal vez ellas mismas no se sientan, ellos mismos no sientan que tienen todo el empoderamiento o se sienten positivos, continúan showing up, continúan estando presentes para nuestra comunidad y recordándonos que este momento es difícil, pero no estamos solos y vamos a seguir adelante. Le quiero agradecer al Caucus Legislativo Latino, a nuestras colegas que están aquí, a la senadora Graciela Guzmán, al representante Hernández, que no está aquí con nosotros, pero también es el liderazgo, a nuestra representante Lilian Jiménez y también a nuestra senadora Karina Villa por el trabajo que están haciendo en este momento en el Estado para asegurarse que usen todo su poder y todo momento para traer protecciones a nuestra comunidad inmigrante en este momento. Así que gracias por su liderazgo, gracias por su valor, gracias por su compromiso y también por su determinación, porque estas mujeres no van a tomar no a nadie que crea que está aceptable no pasar legislación a proteger a nuestra comunidad. Quiero decirles, como su congresista, hay momentos que son muy difíciles. Estamos en este momento en un cierre de gobierno. Quiere decir que no tenemos audiencias en este momento. Quiere decir que hay excusas que no conectar con nosotros porque las personas que son nuestros liaisons para Homeland Security y para otras agencias no están disponibles porque durante el cierre de gobierno les pidieron que no regresaran. Y yo sé que son todas excusas para que este presidente continúe haciendo lo que está haciendo. Él cree que mientras la gente está viendo este cierre de gobierno, que él va a poder abusar los derechos de nuestras comunidades. Y yo lo he dicho antes, lo diré de nuevo, se lo he dicho a mi liderazgo también en Washington. El presidente, la secretaria No, Tom Homan y otros están tratando de probar cuánto pueden hacer y cuánto abuso es aceptable en la ciudad de Chicago. Porque ellos creen que si pueden votar, si pueden quebrar a la ciudad de Chicago, lo pueden hacer en otras ciudades. En el mismo momento quiero también decirle a nuestra comunidad que la ciudad de Chicago, que nuestros suburbios, que el Estado tiene una comunidad que está organizándose, que sigue representando, que sigue defendiendo y no va a parar de defender a nuestra comunidad inmigrante. Así que el presidente va a tratar y va a seguir haciendo. Pero nosotros vamos a colectivamente estar en solidaridad juntos y asegurarnos que todo electo entienda que el impacto al inmigrante impacta a todos, que 170 ciudadanos han sido arrestados, que esto no tiene deber de estatus migratorio, esto es una estrategia, una campaña a tratar de destruir el espíritu inmigrante y el espíritu latino, pero no lo vamos a dejar. Es muy importante que sepan que vamos a continuar usando todo el poder en las cortes y asegurarnos que continuemos demandando que Broadview no expanda. Hay mucha gente que está preguntando qué está pasando en Broadview. Quieren expandir y comprar más propiedad para poder arrestar más gente. Tenemos que asegurarnos que esa expansión y esa venta no pase. También continuaremos trabajando para que el director Hutt, que es el director de ICE en esta ciudad, finalmente se reúna con el senador, conmigo y con otros, y que también llegue a corte a responder de todas las cosas y violaciones que continuamos viendo en Albany Park, en Waukegan, en Joliet, en Elgin, en West Chicago, en Humboldt Park, en La Villita y en otras partes de este estado. Es nuestra responsabilidad de mantener contabilidad y no hay ninguna excusa para ninguno de nosotros. Así que le quiero agradecer otra vez a toda la gente que sigue saliendo, que sigue apoyando, que sigue acompañando a nuestra comunidad. Porque nosotros tenemos que en este momento usar toda autoridad que tenemos en nuestro poder para pelear y defender a nuestra comunidad. I want to say this just a few moments in English, but it is really important to first acknowledge the work and leadership of the people who are on the ground every single day. Pastor Tom, you have provided sanctuary, and you're providing also inspiration and encouragement to so many of us that sometimes need to work hard to defend our communities, but there are I say to you that I'm thankful for the many churches, for the many pastors, for the faith community that continues to stand up and show up for our immigrant communities, because that is part of who we are as Christians. I want to thank Ere and Dulce for the ways that they keep showing up, even on those really hard days, even on those days where your cups may not feel like they're full enough to give to others. You keep showing up and giving to others. And thank you for that, and for the neighbors that are showing up. I've heard from people in this district who said to me, Congresswoman, up until 2 weeks ago, I had never really gotten involved in the community. But I showed up to this school because rapid response people said they needed neighbors, they needed citizens to show up for others, and I'm here showing up. So keep showing up, neighbors, we need you. And I want to thank our Latino Legislative Caucus leaders that are here today. Choose to take a no during veto session, and will do everything they can to bring every state protection to our communities over the next 2-3 weeks during veto session. Thank you for your relentlessness, for your leadership, for your persistence, and your unwillingness to take a no, because we know we have to show up, and our state legislature can do what unfortunately our Congress is unable to do in this moment. And I want to thank our senator and Senator Duckworth and the rest of the delegation who continues to demand access to Broadview, who continues to demand that Director Hutt meet with us to talk to us about what's happening in every single part of this state. I'm thankful for the courts who are demanding justice, who are requiring body cameras. I know that the Director of Homeland has said that she can't provide body cameras because of the shutdown, but Senator, you and I both know they got $150 billion in that last bill. I'm sure they have money for those body cameras, and we'll make sure that they're reminded of that. But here's the final point I want to make. It is really hard. And there are days that just get harder. I was telling Senator Durbin that on Sunday when my church decided to go virtual, my father, who is in his mid-70s, said to me, I don't do virtual church. I'm going to go find a church to go to. And so he went to one of our neighborhood churches in Humboldt Park. And it was about 12:15. He had been gone since 10. And I'm like, God, it's a long service. We're calling, and he wouldn't answer. And for 46 minutes, for 46 long minutes, I was worried that my father had been taken. My father's a U.S. citizen. My father has spent his life serving others. But in a flustered moment on his way home, he could have been taken, because they don't care if you're a citizen or not. They're looking at the color of your skin. They're looking at where you are and that appearance. Those were the longest 46 minutes of my life. But my father came home. So many have not. We have a moral responsibility to make sure that the American people see what's happening in Chicago, see what's happening in Waukegan, see what's happening in Elgin, and don't stop talking about what's happening, and don't normalize this moment. None of this inflicted pain is normal, and we have to do everything in our power, whether we're in the minority and when we are in the majority, to hold them accountable for every moment, for every taking, for every killing, for every abduction and violation of this agency that has gone rogue. With that, I would like to now introduce a friend, a sister, that is every single day showing up for our community, on the crossroad, defending our communities, and that's State Senator Graciela Guzman.
Hi, good morning, everyone. State Senator Graciela Guzman, that's Graciela Guzman. I represent Illinois' 20th district, including this beautiful community here in Albany Park. And you've heard a lot about what happened on Sunday. I was in my office wrapping up what should have been a handful of things, getting ready for the veto session that you've heard much about this morning, when I got a call from a neighbor and I put it on speaker, and I can hear him yelling at the top of his lungs with desperation in his chest, la migra está aquí. And I'm hearing the pandemonium of 60 neighbors, so you can imagine I hightailed it over here. I say that because the disruption that we're seeing in our neighborhoods is the normalization of militarization, not just in cities and states like ours, but the trend all across the country. And the implications of that, you've heard it today, our people are not sleeping. They're not eating. They're not getting the healthcare they need. They're not going to school. They're not doing the things that many of us don't blip an eye about in their everyday existence. That is the suffering that we're seeing in a sustained way all throughout our district right now. And for the worst of humanity that I see at the hands of an administration that lacks a heart, that lacks moral clarity, that lacks precision in terms of how it wants to handle its people, I'm seeing our city and this district and its state at the finest. We opened up less than 2 weeks ago a sign up for over 90 schools. I can't fulfill those shifts fast enough. Every school has had at least one volunteer for 2 weeks, morning and afternoon. Think about that. We've had neighbors say, we're starting to organize walking bus, we're doing accompaniment, we're feeding people. We're seeing people at its finest, again, in the face of an administration that lacks moral clarity about how we protect each other. And it's that same bravery by our neighbors that means that us as your state electeds are going to dig in with everything that we've got, hands, heart, body, soul, mind, to deliver on the SALT agenda that you heard today. Because even that's a little too late. People need healthcare today. They need their schools today. They need those protections today. So I say that for the neighbors at home because this question is the #1 question that I get as I'm at the store, as I'm everywhere. When will this end? I don't know when this will end, neighbors. But I do know that what I saw on Sunday is that 60 neighbors came together and scared ICE away from this neighborhood. They scared ICE away with their love. They scared ICE away with their compassion. They scared ICE away with their solidarity and their unity. And those are the tenets that are going to deliver this agenda and every single protection that is needed at every single level of government here in the state of Illinois, in the county of Cook, in the city of Chicago, and every municipality between. En breve, en español, soy la senadora Graciela Guzmán, represento al Distrito 20 en el cual nos ubicamos en este momento. En breve oyeron muchísimo sobre lo que pasó este domingo, pero lo que quiero comentar es lo que vi. En una falta moral que le falta a la administración Trump, lo que vi aquí en Albany Park es el contrario, que compasión, unidad, lo que hemos visto en nuestra comunidad, puede realizar que ahí se vaya de nuestras comunidades. Esa misma energía la vamos a traer al Capitolio para realizar la agenda que han oído aquí, porque la gente merece salud, merecen recursos, merecen cada protección que se puede otorgar, y no vamos a quitar esa responsabilidad en sí, vamos a continuarla porque nuestra gente la merece. And for the person at home, as a quick reminder, 855-435-7693. If it's not in your phone, it should be. You could be helping a neighbor that really needs it. Y de nuevo, la línea de ayuda para la persona en casa, 855-435-7693. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all our speakers. We have a few minutes for questions, if anyone has some.
Senator Durbin, Jeff Buckles from WBBM News Radio, specifically about recent court rulings dealing with federal actions, deployment of National Guard troops, wearing of body cameras, and so forth. As the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, your thoughts on some of the rulings that we've seen here and elsewhere, and any concern that you have that the Supreme Court, how the Supreme Court may rule on those matters when inevitably they are asked to do so.
The courts have consistently found that the Trump administration has overstepped the law and the Constitution. That's why the rulings of the court, particularly here in Chicago, the Northern District, as well as the Seventh Circuit, have said that there is nothing that warrants bringing in National Guard troops or the extraordinary measures that are being taken against the city of Chicago. That is a consistent ruling. The same thing happened in the state of Oregon, and it tells us very clearly that this administration is breaking the law. and we should hold them accountable.
Are you concerned that the Supreme Court will continue some of the rulings we've seen in the shadow docket where it is showing deference to the executive?
Of course I'm concerned about that, and the court has made some rulings in recent times that I disagree with strongly. I'm not going to assume that's going to happen again, but we have to follow this very carefully. What we're finding across the United States in hundreds of courts since the beginning of the Trump administration, they have said he's gone too far in ignoring the Constitution and ignoring the laws of the land. No one is above the law. He is not a king, he's a president.
As the shutdown continues, what message does it say? And Congresswoman Ramirez, you also may want to weigh in here. What message does it send that ICE agents are continuing these enforcement activities while air traffic controllers and other government workers are not being paid and facing furlough and may in fact be permanently without jobs?
Well, I think it's obviously a double standard, and the ICE activities, which many of us believe are illegal at their heart, continue despite the budget situation. Remember that the reason for the shutdown is because we believe that the health insurance premiums that American families are going to face in just a few weeks are going to stop many of them from covering their families. October 27th is an important date to mark on your calendar. That's the day when health insurance companies notify the families in the state of Illinois what's going to happen to their premiums as of the first of the year. We expect for many of them, for hundreds of thousands, they're going to double the monthly premium they have to pay for health insurance. Families will not be able to do that. They'll have to buy skinny policies or drop coverage altogether. That is the reason for this battle.
And quickly, and I promise this is my last question, the president has talked a lot about reducing the size of the federal government. He's tried to do that. He enlisted Elon Musk in that effort. Are you concerned that a prolonged standoff means Democrats have the president right where he wants them?
No, I can just tell you this. The courts have consistently said he does not get additional powers in a government shutdown. We've known from the beginning of his administration with the DOGE effort and the Elon Musk effort, they have been trying to eliminate federal jobs, critical jobs that are important for the well-being of American citizens. They're going to continue that effort, and we have to look at it for what it is. But the bottom line, as far as we're concerned, do something to help working families afford health insurance. That is the reason for this debate, and I hope it ends this next week.
Senator Durbin, your reaction when you heard or learned that over 170 U.S. citizens have been held by ICE?
It's an indication of what I said earlier. The president, over and over again in his rallies and speeches, says he's protecting us from criminals, rapists, murderers, terrorists, the criminally insane, sexual predators. And then we take a look at the people who are actually being detained in the neighborhoods of Chicago. And overwhelmingly, they're innocent people who are swept up by the ICE effort. This is not an effort to make the city any safer. It's a political theater by the president at the expense of these families.
And I think it's really important, Elise, to add that the reality is that we have U.S. citizens who are living day-to-day in fear right now. They're calling our offices and asking how they can expedite a passport because they're worried that if they're walking around at any moment and they can't prove to them that they're U.S. citizen, they will be taken. And so it is very real that you have people, regardless of legal status right now, living in day-to-day fear. You have people in the Puerto Rican community living in day-to-day fear. But I want to add one more thing here. Just think about it. Government shutdown. He is willing to furlough air traffic controllers. TSA employees yesterday just said to me, we're about to miss a payment. We don't know if we can be here next week. We have veterans. A third of the federal workforce is veterans. He's willing to have them go without payment, but he says he prioritizes veterans. But Homeland, the Department of Homeland Security, has deemed all of these ICE agents as essential workers. The president is prioritizing terrorizing communities and destroying our economy over reopening the government and making sure that the people that provide essential safety net services for our community have an ability to pay their mortgage. That is what you're seeing here. You have someone that is unwilling to negotiate to ensure that people have health care, but he's willing to deploy agents that are not trained all around the country to terrorize communities and think that he can get away with it because in his mind, That is the essential work that he's been called to do.
Congresswoman, I appreciate you answering the question, and I'll ask just a quick follow-up, the same question I asked the senator. Doesn't a prolonged shutdown make it harder to check the power of the executive, and doesn't it also further his goal of shrinking the size of the federal workforce?
Let me be clear, the senator and I just came back from DC. We want us to open the government immediately. They're not showing up. Many of them are not even in the country right now. They're on vacation all over the world instead of showing up to DC and working with us to reopen the government. It is unacceptable to see the party that talks about fiscal responsibility, about taking care about the American people, a president talks about a golden age, willing to continue to extend the shutdown because he's unwilling to bring people back. Our speaker just canceled session again for next week. Just think about it. 17 days today, we have not had session. So it's unacceptable. It's why they're going to continue to show up. It's why we're going to continue to go to DC and demand that we negotiate and reopen the government.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, everybody, for the time.
Thank you.
I am too.
jobs for Illinoisans in the process. And these projects are truly statewide, reaching every single one of the 102 counties of the state of Illinois. That includes more than $32 billion for roads and bridges, $13 billion for transit, $3 billion for rail, $1 billion for aviation, and nearly $200 million for marine projects. This year, we're sending an additional $400 million directly to counties and cities and townships and transit districts to support local infrastructure that you all choose for yourselves. Whatever your priorities are, you need those dollars in order to make sure that you're rebuilding as the entire state is, and we're very proud to be able to send that to you. And it is in part, once again, because of the great members of the General Assembly who helped to vote for it. These funds will spread across 223 projects and cover everything from street and transit upgrades to bike and pedestrian improvements, specifically tailored and administered to meet local needs. Now, you can see it here in Moline at the River Drive streetscaping project. River Drive runs through the heart of the city and the commercial corridor connecting people and businesses. This project is updating and upgrading sidewalk and streetscape elements, including ADA compliancy, landscaping, and street lighting, to breathe new life into the area and to bring more foot traffic to local businesses. Over 60% of the local funding appropriation we've dedicated is going towards projects like bike and pedestrian elements, because that's what many residents really have asked for and really care about. These projects don't have to be flashy to be effective. That's why our infrastructure dollars are flowing directly into community priorities: good jobs, safer walks and commutes, connected neighborhoods, and a connected Illinois. So I'm excited to see more projects that are going to be built, more Illinoisans at work, and more people and goods on the move thanks to these investments. So with that, and I just want to say before I conclude, it is always great to be back in Moline, because every time I come here, things have been upgraded and improved and modernized, and it just feels like this is a place that is on the move. And so is the entire Quad Cities region, and I thank everybody for all of your efforts at the local level as we work at the state level to lift up our state. Once again, we do have the best state in the entire country. Even when we're ranked number 2 or 3 or 4, we're number 1. So with that, I am pleased to hand this podium over to the leader of our transportation revitalization in the state, and a really great hire on my part, I might add. That's the Secretary of Transportation, Gia Biaggi.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. And yes, we are number 1. We'll fix that other poll. So yeah, today is a great day for transportation in Illinois. Senator Halpern, Representative Johnson, Congressman Sorensen, all the local elected officials here today. You heard we've got Mayor Freeman and Rock Island County Board Kai Swanson. The support at the local level, from the local level to the national level, incredibly important, not just for this region, but for the entire state. Thank you to the city of Moline and our fine mayor. As well to all of your staff. You ordered the best weather, you have the best backdrop. Really, it's been incredible. And I think, as the governor said, Moline is on the move. Moline is moving, and it's incredible to see. So we have a lot of folks here today representing the coalition that it takes to do big things together, to deliver one of the largest capital programs in the United States. And I do like to say our capital program for the DOT, it's bigger than Texas's. It's bigger than California's. If you took Iowa and Wisconsin and Michigan and Minnesota and whoever else in the Midwest, we're still bigger than all of them combined. That is the kind of investment that we're making. We are the center. We should be making this investment, and we are. So it does, though, it takes partnership to do this, for sure. And you heard from the governor about the kind of partners it takes, not only the General Assembly, but all the way up to the national level and all the way to the local level, but also from industry, also from our trade partners. I know we've got the iron workers here, for sure. You don't build that bridge without iron workers. That is a fact. So we want to make sure we keep putting you to work. But the Tri-City Building Trades are here. They help us get it done. And that partnership, all of that, it makes a day like this
Oh, yeah? Yeah, yeah, good. What am I? Smart scientist, obviously.
Yes. Yes.
Brilliant mind.
Life is fascinating that we started like that. What were the circumstances?
It was like early 80s. It was pop posters. She got the idea of the spark. There was something along those lines that get the word out, evangelize, spread the gospel. I started education to look at like looking more and not to get my kids to it. So she started out at the garage or something around Alabama and really places on the go getter, did not get enough. And called a bunch of people at home. Anyway, 4 decades later, yeah, can't quit.
And what's your audience?
We're seeing rock and roll. Yeah, well, Africa, Asia, Rome, basically,
So it's the Vatican and
you basically, anything that impacts, well, see the power.
where is this at? It's House of Commons. White House. So not
Hey,
Senate.
Kate.
Hey, how are you? All right.
Here too soon?
No.
Got it?
You peeking too soon?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd love to share content.
Yeah, no, I
You might be able to just touch on it.
I'll bust them over the time.
I was running on
Okay.
So it's locally so I spent
Oh,
inside. You don't have a uniform on. You're right. What? That's you set up my ladder?
Yeah.
See, yeah. It was right there. Set up all the ladders. Yeah, that's messed up. That's gotta stop. That's gotta stop. Because they're setting up all these ladders, they're not, mine didn't get put up, you know? What's the problem? Sure. Someone's come in at 7 and sets everybody's ladders up, but not everybody's, right? Like mine didn't get set up this time, someone didn't get set up last time. Like you get here, you put your ladder up.
No help.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I got here at 7. I got here probably 5 minutes after you, and they were all out. In fact, I was digging around for my ladder. I was like, oh shit, it's already out. But I was the only photographer here.
They set them up and they leave.
I mean, I got here at 7:30. I thought it was for
I was trying to. Somebody comes in. But we'll always. Oh, we're here every day. But this isn't a full position. Right. Exactly. You sit up here. Yes. That's what we said. Well, I got here and there was ladders. Well, that I can't help. Yeah. I said 5 ladders. Okay. Last night. Trying to do a favor for everybody. We used to all play that game, right? And guess what? People get here, Wilson will get here at 5:30 in the morning, I'll set their ladder up.
If you wanted one set up, I don't, this is only upon for the super so that's not but if it comes upon come and one ladder, let him know.
All right, thank you. Yeah, the sun, dude. Yeah, the sun. Just a minute ago, yeah. I don't want it to get here because then I'll have lens flare. No atmosphere.
Yeah, but I was getting cold, so.
Well, shoot, yeah, exactly. Good for that. Yeah.
Well, just a little, so it's going to be really bright.
Oh, yeah. Yeah?
Yeah, because at 3 o'clock we just out. So it's 4 o'clock. So we have like 2 little shots.
Oh, yeah.
Or we get a Friday.
And then leave early Friday. Well, you have to write.
Yeah, but.
Right, yeah.
It's getting a little chilly, so I have to get other chocolate. Apples in the break room and more excited.
There you go.
Maybe on October 31st.
Yeah.
Wow.
I used to live in California in a little town called Appleville. And, you know, it's where everybody went. Outside of Sacramento, foothills. It's where everybody went.
picking apples, apple cider. So it was great, except that time of year, trying to get in and out of your house, and because there's all these orchards on the way to my house, just trying to traffic and oh yeah, the orchard traffic. It's real.
How long can we, yeah, I imagine it's actually not a, that's not a quick season, it's not like raspberries.
No, it goes for a bit,
It
yeah.
goes on for a while, because the apples are hardy, they'll stick around.
That is my pleasure. I'm happy to.
Oh yeah,
You're welcome.
I mean, Virginia's great for fall colors.
You okay? Good.
It's great. I love it.
We talked to the meeting civil ones. I think I'm already. Go back to continuing.
Right.
Where are you? Some treats out.
Well, they do trick or treating at the White House. They have a big trick or treating. Oh yeah, they decorate. Yeah, they bring kids like staff and kids, people's kids come in and trick or treat. Set up the South. Well, they've done it different places. They've done it in the North Portico. They've done it in South Portico. And the president comes out and that's supposed to be. Oh, you were?
That was funny. It's funny. I'm sorry, I meant to.
Yeah.
I'm behind the camera. Anyone did
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh right, nice. Yeah, I didn't do this year's Easter egg roll. I've done a bunch. Yeah, yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, I brought my son a couple times to that. During Bill Clinton, he had a carnival. They brought carnival rides all in down there. And they used to have a baseball field down there. George Bush had a Little League baseball field in there, so they'd have Little League baseball games. We'd go down and cover that the president would go to. And then the garden, the Obamas had the garden, and we do garden events every year.
She also had a lot of herbs.
Yeah. And they had bees, they kept bees. Yeah, it's kitchen garden. Yeah. And they had some hives down there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, they said they did. I have no personal knowledge of that. They said they created it. Yeah, of course. Rose Garden Club. Fine. Whatever they want to do. Next. It'll be next. The next president will do. The next president will do something different. Here comes the Ukrainian press. They're like, we got screwed. What?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I went to Europe.
Yeah. Oh wow. He does? Yeah, he has his iPod or whatever. I mean, whatever it is. Yeah. And he puts his favorite song. I can imagine, some Ave Maria. And, yeah, of course. Yeah. They had Charlie sang at the Capitol. Oh, really? He sang at the Capitol for, I forget what event it was, but I was like less than 10 feet away from him. Oh, it was amazing. And, of course, no amplification, it's just, whoa, hey! You want to hook that to this?
Yeah.
You just about hung on that when you stretched it out.
We can go a little further. Hold on. You good right there, sir? You good?
Yeah. Oh, thank you, sir.
So what are you doing with that? What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Sir.
Oh, man. Please. I think so.
Thanks.
Right.
One more. Kind of picturing both of them.
Like the main buying it straight from. Yeah, man, it's like think I looked. It's like 8 or 10. Oh, okay. I was like, hey, no, it's just like mine. Oh, it's yours. Oh, okay. That's it. Oh, man.
You're gonna have to call Derek. He and I have been through this many times before. It's like some backsplash for the servers, all the other digital stuff. Yeah, Derek knows how to.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, man. That's awesome. Thank you.
Escape. You know that new cable you gave me? Which, you know, it's all that flexible. That's the new cable I've got here. I think you
I don't need no battery.
As long as you're happy.
Always happy. Just gotta keep things in order. Keep everyone on their toes.
So we'll keep
What was that issue that you said video burps back onto the line? Can you get something?
Your necklace reminds me of his old office. There's a built-in bookshelf, and at the top, like if you turn your necklace upside down, it has like a shell kind of detailing in the woodwork at the top of the shell. Yeah. Yeah. I'll show you. And it's gold. Right below my ancestors' portrait.
So let me get her, and then you run the game. I'm getting Slack notifications now.
Let me know. Hey, Andrew.
Molly's in the house.
Right. Alright, I'm going to power supply. Okay. Turn the camera off. Right? Put it back on.
Trying to remember the
This is my favorite. I have no idea. Okay. My Slack channel is blowing up, dude. And I'm gonna tell the powers that be. I'm trying to communicate with them.
Sully's like creeping up.
There's nothing I can do at this time. His arrival is imminent. This is an issue.
Second, I already made the joke that I'm not working hard. Yeah.
So, for a long time, I would make the joke when people would say, "Have you started saving for Jack Evans college yet?" I would say, "No, my life insurance is going to cover it." Yeah, and then I had friends in their 50s and 60s start like, yeah. So I've had to really hated it all along. It got like, oh, she's hitting me. Right? Oh, so many. We dated for 6 years before we got married. Also, she's no we met on the first day. Very, very. Oh yeah, dog. That is.
Were you there for that?
He must have had a few. He must have had a few boyfriends on this day. But you wonder if maybe she loved it, right? Maybe that's their relationship. Maybe she like cackled. I can't believe he said it on stage. Never. Probably. No. Yes. Well, at least it wasn't on C-SPAN. The president wasn't there that year.
No, I don't want to be in the way of shot and get it twisted. I don't know.
Oh, here we go.
Moving forward to your question, I don't want to block you.
Yeah.
Last time they kind of moved things around.
Yeah, who can look at me better lighting?
When as soon as you said something, I moved. Also, it's the flags. Let's calm down.
It's nice. It was backlit. Nice. Let's calm down. You're the one getting excited. We just asked you to move.
And honor guard moves into place before Zelensky's arrival. Yeah, I'm also going to go down. Ready? Ready? Go. Ready? Go. Ready? Toast. Ready? Toast. Ready? Toast.
worries, no worries. Right, exactly. Well,
Maybe they can just talk about it in preparation.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
You didn't hear what happened? You didn't hear what happened? With preset, 5 of them, laid on the cables and stuff. But he said, oh, no, we can't put these there. So, after they had it all laid out, they evidently put kind of...
oh, yeah, right.
So
Oh, yeah. Hope you don't have a knee injury. Right. Whatever you gotta do. President Trump, sir, do you believe you can convince Vladimir Putin to end the war in Ukraine? Do you believe Putin is negotiating in good faith, sir? Do you believe, is Putin negotiating in good faith, sir? Thank you.
Tickets on the right.
Black! Order! Black! Black! Ready! Go!
Said something. We used to have a mic up there too. They used to have a mic up there, but then.
man who has been through a lot, and a man who I've gotten to know very well, and we've gotten along really very well. And we had a big call yesterday, as you know, with President Putin, and we'll be talking about it. President Zelenskyy of Ukraine has endured a lot. I mean, he really has. He's endured a lot, and we've endured it with him. To be honest, it's been a long time, and I think we're making great progress. So we're going to be talking about that today. We'll be talking about what took place yesterday with my phone call with President Putin. And I think that things are coming along pretty well. It began with Alaska, where I think certain guidelines were discussed, and we want to see if we can get this done. This was long ago into the Biden administration. I came here and we inherited this, and we'd like to see if we could finish it, end it. We want it ended. So many people have died in this war, and we're gonna get it ended. So I just want to thank you all very much. If you have a couple of questions, go ahead, please. In fact, before I do that, let me just ask the President to say a few words. Thank you, President.
Pleasure. Glad to meet you again, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the invitation. Again, my congratulations with your successful ceasefire in the Middle East.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you did it, and I think this is the momentum to finish Russia's war against Ukraine. I think that, yes, we understand that Putin is not ready. I think not ready, but I think that I'm confident that with your help, we can stop this war. And we really need it. We see that they don't have successful steps on the battlefield, and it's good. I think that their army is weak now, but a lot of losses. They have a lot of losses in economy and people, and I think this is a very important moment. And I wanted to thank you, Mr. President, after our phone calls. Yesterday I had a good opportunity to meet with the big American energy companies, and they're ready to help us. Yes, after all these attacks on our infrastructure, Russian attacks, and etc. And I had also meetings, thanks to your team. We had meetings with a good military companies. We spoke about air defense, and I want to share it after with details where we are. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very good. And I think it looks beautiful in his jacket.
Yeah?
It's beautiful. I hope people notice. It's a good. It's actually very stylish. I like it.
President Trump.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Under the Biden administration, the White House the Ukrainians to strike into Russia, fearing of this escalation.
Yeah.
Would your administration allow Ukrainians to strike deep into Russia?
We're going to be talking about that. That's something we'll be talking about. You're right. It's an escalation, but we'll be talking about that.
Mr. President, Mr. President Zelenskyy joined you in Hungary to meet President Putin.
Because it's a leader that we like. We like Viktor Orban. He likes him. I like him. It's a country that's a safe country. Done a very good job. He's been a very good leader in the sense of running his country. He doesn't have a lot of the problems that other countries have. And so we've decided that we'll be going to be with Viktor Orban, and he will, I think he'll be a very good host.
President Trump. President Trump. President Trump. Right here.
It's
President
in
Trump.
Hungary, yeah. We're doing Hungary, yeah.
With Putin. Trilateral meeting, or is it just you and Putin?
To be determined, but I would say most likely it's going to be a double meeting. It'll be a double meeting, but we will have the President, Zelenskyy, in touch. There's a lot of bad blood with the two presidents, and I'm not speaking out of turn when I say it. It's a very difficult situation. You know, we just settled the war, and after thousands of years, I guess. People say anywhere from 500 to 3,000 years, and I was in rooms, as you saw, because you were with me, a lot of you were with me last week, with leaders that didn't like each other, but they were able to get along. These two leaders do not like each other, and we want to make it comfortable for everybody. So one way or the other, we'll be involved in threes, but it may be separated.
President Trump. Mr. President. President Trump.
Was he what?
What if President
Where are you
Putin
from?
From Ukraine. You actually had a
Okay,
conversation
good.
with me
Good,
in The
yeah.
Hague. What if President Putin doesn't agree to peace in Hungary? What do you do then? Do you have
Well, let's see
steps
what
planned for
happens.
that?
I mean, you know, what if? I think he will. I think that President Putin wants to end the war, or I wouldn't be talking this way. I think he wants to end the war. I spoke to him yesterday for 2.5 hours. We went through a lot of details. He wants to get it ended. I think that President Zelenskyy wants to get it ended. Now we have to get it done.
President Trump, Kara Castro-Noble from Lindell TV. And although I love asking you questions, today my question is for President Zelenskyy
Sure.
of Ukraine.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Our President Zelenskyy, President Trump, just brokered a peace deal in the Middle East that all Americans, both sides of the aisle, are very proud of. But to meet that deal, both sides had to make concessions. Our president has stuck out his neck in many ways to make a peace deal for your war as well. What specific concessions are you willing to make to end this war with Russia? Will you give up joining NATO? Americans have foreign war fatigue, and our president, as he said, we need our tomahawks too.
To me.
Yes, you,
Okay.
President Zelenskyy.
Thank you
What
very much.
concessions will you
That's some question, right?
So many
Thank
questions
you.
in one. Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I think we need to sit and speak. The second point, we need ceasefire. Even now, you see in the Middle East, it's very difficult to hold ceasefire. Everywhere, in every war, it's very difficult. We want peace. Putin doesn't want. That's why we need pressure on him. We will speak with President today what we need. We understand what we need to push Putin to negotiation table. And as I said previously, so we are ready to speak in any kind of format, bilateral, trilateral, doesn't matter. Matter just peace. This is important. And we don't speak about NATO or NATO. For Ukrainians, it's very important. Of course, it's our decision, decisions of allies to decide where we are.
But are you willing to give
Yes,
up
but
joining
the
NATO?
most important thing for people in Ukraine, which are under each day's attacks, to have really strong security guarantees. NATO is the best, but weapon is very important. Allies on our side is very important. And between us, for us, bilateral security guarantees between me and President Trump is very important. I don't know, we didn't speak with details about it, but this is the most important document because the United States is very strong.
Sir, President Trump, you are the middleman right now, hoping to end this conflict. Who is doing a better job negotiating, President Zelenskyy or President Putin?
I think they're both doing a great job in that sense. We have to get it done. We've got to take some of the hatred of each other. You know, they don't like each other. I say that in front of President Zelenskyy, but I say it in front of President Putin too. They have tremendous bad blood. It's really is what is holding up, I think, a settlement. I think we're going to get it done, and we have to make it long-lasting. As I said in the Middle East, everlasting, right? Everlasting. And the Middle East is a much more complicated situation. You know, we had 59 countries involved, and every one of them agreed. And it's, you know, it's sort of amazing. Most people didn't think that was doable. This is going to be something I really believe that's going to get done. I had a very good talk yesterday with President Putin. I think he wants to get it done.
And President
Peter?
Zelenskyy, right behind you. When we were in Israel with President Trump earlier in the week, we heard a lot about the difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Joe Biden before him. What do you see as the biggest difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Biden?
President Trump has a big chance now to finish this war. President Biden now is not the president, so he doesn't have a chance to finish this war. And President Trump is really showed for the world that he can manage ceasefire in Middle East, and that's why I hope that he will do this, and we will also have such big success. For Ukraine, it's a big chance, and I hope that President Trump can manage it.
I would say the biggest difference is one is extremely competent and the other one is grossly incompetent.
Sir, a few weeks ago in New York, when you two met, you said that you think Ukraine could ultimately take back all the territory that it's lost so far. Do you still think that's the case, or do you think there'll have to be some sort of
You
swap
never
of
know.
territories?
Look, you know, war is very interesting. You never know, do you? You just never know. With war and peace, but you never know. Please.
Russia calls Tomahawk supply to Ukraine as an escalation, yet it continues using similar cruise missiles like Caliber and
Yeah.
even
Who are you
nuclear-
with? Who are you with? You Ukraine?
Yeah. But Russia continue even using the cruise missiles and also nuclear-capable ballistic missiles in Ukraine since 2022. So do you consider providing Ukraine with the Tomahawk or similar missiles as an opportunity to equalize the possibilities of Ukraine and Russia and push Moscow to the negotiation
Yeah.
table?
Sure. We're going to be talking about that. That's why we're here. Okay? Fair question. Exactly as he told you to say it, but we're going to be talking about it. Okay? Yeah, please.
What is your message to India and Hungary, who is still refusing?
You said India and Hungary?
Hungary.
That's
India
an interesting.
and Hungary
India and
refusing
Hungary.
to
It's
stop
an interesting
buying,
combination.
refuse to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, India is not going to be buying Russian oil anymore. And Hungary is sort of stuck because they have one pipeline that's been there for years and years and years, and they're inland. They don't have sea. They don't have sea. And I spoke with the very great leader of Hungary, and they are, you know, it's very hard for them to get oil. I understand it. Hungary's in a very interesting position because they can't have ports. You know, they're surrounded by land. So we'll see what happens there. But India will not be buying oil from Russia. And they've already de-escalated, and they've more or less stopped. They're pulling back. They bought about 38% of the oil, and they won't be doing it anymore.
Mr. President Trump has been helping you in achieving peace in Ukraine.
Who has?
First Lady Melania Trump
Yeah.
has been helping in returning abducted Ukrainian children from Russian captivity. President Zelenskyy, do you appreciate those efforts? How do you assess them? And did you ask her to step in and to help you?
No, she wanted to do it. She felt very strongly about the children, and she's done a really good job, I think, in bringing it to the fore. You know, we have a lot of children involved. Now, it's some people say it's 20,000, and some people say it's 300. There's a big difference between that, so nobody really knows. But she felt very strongly about the children. She thinks about the children all the time.
President Trump, if you okay Tomahawks to Ukraine, what's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the Tomahawks? Do we have enough?
That's a problem. We need Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, you know, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money. But it's beyond the money. You know, we need Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other weapons that we're sending to Ukraine. And one of the reasons we want to get this war over is exactly that. It's not easy for us to give. You're talking about massive numbers of very powerful weapons. So that's one of the things we'll be talking about. Hopefully they won't need it. Hopefully we'll be able to get the war over with without thinking about Tomahawks. I think we're fairly close to that. Yeah, go ahead.
President,
yeah, please.
Just you to understand. So for today, of course, we want to finish this war, but the war is another technological war. You don't use just Tomahawks. If you want to target a military goal, you need thousands of drones. It goes together with such missiles. Ukraine has such thousands of our production drones, but we don't have Tomahawks. That's why we need Tomahawks. But United States is a very strong production, and the United States has Tomahawks and other missiles, very strong missiles, but they can have our thousands of drones. That's why where we can work together, where we can strengthen American production.
And so just so that I understand, so you're suggesting kind of a trade. If President Trump okays Tomahawk missiles to help you launch.
Yes, it's
into
about
Russia,
military goals. It's
you
only
would
about military goals.
Right, but then you would authorize some kind of an exchange where
Yes, of
the
course.
US gets
Yes, we
Ukrainian-
have proposition. Yeah, we have big proposition
President-
with our drones.
President Trump, I don't mean to be brokering an arms deal here, but is that something that you would be interested in, Ukrainian drones?
We are, yeah, we would. We have a lot of drones right now. We build our own drones, but we also buy drones from others, and they make a very good drone. I mean, drone warfare has really come to the fore over the last couple of years because of this war. I will say, there's nothing like the jets. You know, we knocked out a lot of drones in Israel. We were knocking them out for Israel, and we were doing it with extremely fast and powerful jets, following the drones and knocking the hell out of them. So, it's, you know, we know a lot about the drones, and we know a lot about the great jets, the great ones. The ones, well, and the B-52s, which were totally they were stealth. They were undetectable. So we have a lot of different weapons. And, you know, I have an obligation also, though, to make sure that we're completely stocked up as a country, because you never know what's going to happen. In war and peace, right? You never know what's going to happen. So we're going to be talking about Tomahawks, and would much rather have them not need Tomahawks. Would much rather have the war be over, to be honest, because, you know, we're in it to get the war over. We're selling a lot of different types of weapon, as you know, to the European Union. We're not in it for that. We're in it to get it over. We're losing thousands of people a week, thousands of people, Russian, Ukrainian, and mostly soldiers. I mean, mostly soldiers. But we're in it to see that end. And if we can end quickly, and I think we can. I mean, I had a very good talk yesterday. We're going to be talking about it. But I had a very productive talk yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. But the war in the Middle East was far more complicated. We got that one done. And I think we have a good chance. I think President Zelenskyy wants it done, and I think President Putin wants it done. Now all they have to do is get along a little bit.
Can you give us an update on the trade negotiations with China, or perhaps Secretary Best?
Yeah, I will, and I'm going to let Scott do that. But I think we're doing very well. I think we're getting along with China. China would like to have something. As of this moment, we'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. We'll be meeting in South Korea.
You think
myself.
Will go forward?
I think so. It looks like it's going forward. I think so. They want to meet. We like to meet. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and we're going to see what happens. But, you know, for years we were taken advantage of by China very badly. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year to China. We really built their military, if you think about it. The kind of money that presidents allowed to be lost to China was just insane. And then when I came into office, as you know, I put very severe tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my first term from China. Biden let that go because it was so much. He let it continue, but he gave all sorts of exceptions. And by the time you looked at it, Scott, I would say it wasn't the same thing. He would give an exception for anything. If you got up and went out to dinner, he'd give you an exception. So it wasn't the same thing. But I put on very serious tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I left office. The election was rigged. I left office, and that was the story. Now I come back, and we are in a very strong position because of tariffs. We're in a very powerful position because of the fact that we have tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be in a very weak position. We would be in a weakened state. But with tariffs, we've made hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, but from others. And China wants to talk, and we like talking to China. So we have a very good relationship, and we're going to be meeting in South Korea a couple of weeks. And I just got back from a long trip. I'm going on another long trip. And Scott, you want to say a few words on that, please?
Yes, sir. So the entire relationship stems from the great respect that the two leaders have for each other. China did a substantial, unprovoked escalation last week. We were unable to get in touch with them since then. It's been IMF World Bank Week. They have had working level people here. There have been meetings. The Vice Premier, who is my counterpart, and I will be speaking this evening.
at around 8:30, 9 o'clock. And then he and I and a delegation will meet in Malaysia probably a week from tomorrow to prepare for the two presidents to meet. So I think that things have de-escalated. We hope that China will show the respect that we have shown them. And I am confident that President Trump, because of his relationship with President Xi, will be able to get things back on a good course.
Is the hope for that meeting with you and President Xi some kind of trade deal then? Or
Could
would it
be.
more
Look, I think
small,
we're in a very
like
strong
bridge?
position. I think we're in a very strong position. We're getting, as you know, as of November 1st, I could move it up if I wanted, a 100% tariff over and above what we get now. So that would make it about 157%. And China doesn't want that, and they want to talk, and we're talking. And I think we'll make a deal that will be good for both. I think we will do something. But you have to understand, we never got anything from China. It was a one-way street. For many years, for decades, it was a one-way street. And they became rich because of the United States. And frankly, presidents that, let's be nice, they didn't know. They just didn't know. They didn't understand what was happening to them. But I understood it. I understood it long before I ran for politics. I used to watch in amazement at how stupid our country was, how stupid they were. And we're not stupid anymore. And that includes with the European Union, that includes with Japan and South Korea. All we want to do is be treated fairly. But the fairly is hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars coming into the United States. And it's our national security is secure because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would have no national security. So it's very important.
Will you seek China's help in ending the war in Ukraine? Do you need them to put pressure on Russia?
I'll be discussing that, but I'd love to see it ended before that.
President
I mean, I think we have a chance of ending the war quickly if flexibility is shown on behalf. And again, we're not losing people. The United States is not. We're not losing people. We're not spending money. We're getting paid for the, ammunition and missiles and everything else that we're sending to the European Union, but to NATO. But it's very similar. If you look at the countries, I mean, it's very similar. And we just made a very fair trade deal with the European Union, and what we wanted, and we made a very good deal with NATO too. They pay for all of this. That's not what we're in this for. We're in it to save thousands of lives every week. Thousands and thousands of lives. That's why we're in it. And I think we have a very good chance of bringing this war to a conclusion.
President, and your cabinet has done honestly an excellent job. I think that a lot of people could agree to that.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as someone who lost my father in a war, so I know the human cost. What would your advice be to American leaders, to world leaders, to neocons, to TV hosts who often speak about conflict in abstract or strategic terms rather than the human cost and the human terms?
Look, my only statement is we have to get together. It's a very small group of people. It's the president, and the president. Okay, 3 presidents. And I'm the mediator president. And I'm mediating not an easy situation. It should be easy, but it's a lot easier when people understand each other, when they get together, and when they like each other. We don't necessarily have that situation as far as like is concerned. Maybe it can turn around. Maybe it can. But in the meantime, we'll have them keep a little bit of distance, and we're going to see if we can get it done. This is number 9, okay? This will be number 9 for me. I've solved 8, including the Middle East. I've solved 8. This, I thought, would have been among the easiest. We solved, President Putin mentioned yesterday Armenia, all of the different wars. He said it was amazing because but the big one that he was surprised that we were able to settle was the Middle East. He thought it was incredible. He was very generous in that sense. This should be something we're able to settle, and I think we will be able to settle. Brian?
On that note, you will go down as the peacemaker, no doubt, and you will resolve this war.
Well, we resolved 8 others. It's funny how people say that. If you get this one, every time I do one, they forget about that one. I solved 8 wars. Go to Rwanda and the Congo, talk about India and Pakistan. Look at Thailand. Look at all of the wars that we solved. And every time I solve one, they say, if you solve the next one, you're going to get the Nobel Prize. I didn't get a Nobel Prize. Somebody got it who's a very nice woman. Very nice. I don't know who she is, but she was very generous. So I don't care about all that stuff. I just care about saving lives. But this will be number 9. But every time I solve one, they said, sir, if you solve one more, you're going to be known as a peacekeeper. So to the best of my knowledge, we've never had a president that solved one war. Not one war. Bush started a war. A lot of them start wars, but they don't solve the wars. They don't settle them. And especially when they have nothing to do with us. I guess just about all of these wars had nothing to do with us. But I saved tens of millions of lives. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said, I saved millions of lives in interceding on Pakistan, and you look at Pakistan and India as an example. That would have been a bad one, 2 nuclear nations, right? So I say this, this is pretty much the last one, although I do understand that Pakistan attacked, or there is an attack going on with Afghanistan. That's an easy one for me to solve if I have to solve it. In the meantime, I have to run the USA, but I love solving wars. You know why? I like stopping people from being killed, and I've saved millions and millions of lives, and I think we're going to have success with this war. Wait, please.
This President Zelenskyy, this is your 3rd time over here.
Oh.
And by the way, you look excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
For you, by the way. This is your 3rd time here. How different sitting across from the president is this time versus the 2 previous times here at the White House, and how confident are you, hearing the success rate of solving these prior wars, that he can get this war solved?
First of all, about suit. The same suit because the same president. It's very simple. The next president will have another suit. Yes. About our relations with President Trump, I think we have important dialogues, and I think we begin to understand each other. Yes, and I know that President is briefed very well about situation in the battlefield, and he knows a lot what's going on in the battlefield in Ukraine, and I think it really helps when you know a lot of things, a lot of details about one or another war. It helps a lot, but we are still in war, and I hope we can manage.
You have been clear
It's
that there are some
important.
countries that are not meeting their commitment. You pointed out Spain. They said that it's impossible.
No, Spain has not come through. No, Spain has not been loyal to NATO. Spain has been, they're the only one. Everyone went up to, as you know, I mean, you were at 2% and they all went up to 5%, but Spain disagreed with that. I think Spain should be reprimanded for that. I think it's very bad that they did that, but that's up to them. That's up to NATO and Spain.
From your options, they cannot be expelled from NATO.
Can they or not?
They cannot, according to the treaty, but they also claim that they are protected by the European Union umbrella for trade.
Well, the other people, many of the other countries are in the European Union too. They're not complaining, right?
President Zelenskyy tell you that Putin is serious.
That's of interest.
Mr.
They're protected. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Middle East deal over to this deal? And
I
if
do.
so, how does that move the needle?
Yeah,
for
I
this
do. I
situation?
think we carry a lot of momentum, a lot of credibility. Getting Middle East done was very important. Nobody thought it could be done. That was one nobody thought could be done, and we got it done. And a lot of that was the big hit that we put on Iran with respect to the nuclear. They took that was an unbelievable military maneuver, the B-2s, and many other planes involved, by the way, but the B-2s. Yeah, I think nobody expected that to happen. And, you know, we had 59 countries involved, and these were countries very diverse. You had Arab, Muslim, Jewish, you had every country, Christian, you had every country, and many countries involved, and we got that done. And we got it done pretty swiftly after we set the table properly. We had to set the table properly. This should be one that we get done. And I think the table is set properly here now. do. And it'll be a great honor. It'll be a great honor to get it done. And the Ukrainian people are great, and the Russian people are great. And obviously they have much in common, as we understand. They have a lot in common. So it'll be a great honor to get it done. Yeah.
On Venezuela, there are survivors from your latest boat strike. What happens to those survivors?
Well, I'll ask Marco to discuss that possibly.
Yeah, it's well known there's an ongoing narco-terrorist operation the United States has been conducting. As far as details of any recent strikes, we're not prepared here to announce all those details, but you'll get that information here very shortly. We're undertaking these operations against narco-terrorists. That's what these are. These are terrorists. Let's be clear. And but as far as the details of any recent operations, when we are prepared to announce those, we will, as the president has consistently done. So you may get something on that later today.
Let me ask you. That was in a submarine, right? It was. We attacked a submarine, and that was a drug-carrying submarine built specifically for the transportation of massive amounts of drugs. Just so you understand, this was not an innocent group of people. I don't know too many people that have submarines, and that was an attack on a drug-carrying, loaded-up submarine. Yeah.
On Putin, is it your belief, as Mr. Zelenskyy said yesterday, that the threat of tomahawks and costs, as Secretary Hexet put it, is that bringing him to the table, the fact that it's kind of a carrot and stick?
I don't know what's bringing him to I think he wants to make a deal, that's all. I can't tell you what's bringing him. Sure, that's the threat of that is good, but tomahawks are very dangerous weapons. They're incredible weapons. If you like warfare, it's one of the most accurate. You know, we hit 30 tomahawks in Iran after the B-2s did their damage. We sort of gave it a little capper with 30 tomahawks from a submarine, quite far away actually. But they're an amazing weapon. They're a very powerful weapon, but they're a very dangerous weapon. And it could mean big, escalation. It could mean a lot of bad things can happen. Tomahawks are a big deal. But one thing I have to say, we want tomahawks also. We don't want to be giving away things that we need to protect our country. We have a very strong country right now. We have a strong military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. I want to get this war over. Okay?
Putin-Trump tunnel to connect Russia and Alaska. Are you interested?
I just heard about it. A tunnel from Russia to Alaska. I just heard about that one. That's an interesting one. We'll have to think about that. I hadn't heard that. We just did a nice road in Alaska that's going to get us to a lot of minerals, and we have a piece of it, a good piece of the ownership because of the fact we made it possible. But this came up yesterday, a tunnel from Russia to Alaska. That's an interesting. What do you think of that, Mr. President? Do you have any ideas? How do you like that idea?
I'm not happy with this.
No, I don't think you're going to like it. I don't think he liked it. I don't think he liked it.
President Trump, do you think that Vladimir Putin, do you think that Putin is your gut instinct?
Well, we had a senator that wanted, remember, from Hawaii, she wanted a tunnel from the mainland to Hawaii. Then she said, well, we can't do that, so we're going to build a railroad to Hawaii. Do you remember? She's a current sitting senator, a Democrat. She wants a railroad to go to Hawaii, right? You know who that is, right? She's another beauty.
President Trump, your gut instinct.
Yeah, please.
On your meeting with Putin, aren't you concerned that maybe the Russian president is trying to buy himself more time?
Yeah, I am, but, you know, I've been played all my life by the best of them, and I came out really well. So it's possible, yeah, a little time.
Is your gut instinct
it's all right. But I think that I'm pretty good at this stuff. I think that he wants to make a deal. I made 8 of them. I'm going to make a 9th. I think he wants to make a deal. Well, I think that he should have won the war in a week. Yeah, I do think. And if we didn't give the anti-tank missiles, as you know, the javelins they call them, they got stuck in the mud. They would have been in Kiev very quickly. They were heading to Kiev. So You know, in war, you have a lot of luck too. You know, weather has won war, and the cold and the heat, and all things take place in war. But that was a very interesting moment when the tanks started rolling, and some brilliant general said, "Let's go through the mud instead of going down the highway." Right? So they got a little bit lucky. But you know where they really got lucky? I gave javelins. That wasn't given by Barack Hussein Obama. He gave them sheets. You know, there's a statement. Obama gave them sheets, and I gave them the javelins. And the javelins are a devastating weapon. And that wasn't given by Obama. That was given by Trump, because at the time it was Obama. That was given by me. So it was like one of those things. And you had hundreds of them. They're a devastating weapon. We have a lot of devastating weapons. I'd rather not use them. But that was a big moment. You know, when the tanks got stuck, they got stuck. And call it luck or call it talent. I'm not sure what you'd call it, but it was a big moment in time.
Do you think Democrats will give you credit? Do you think Democrats will give you credit when you finally end this war, like they did with the war in the Middle East? And second
I think
question-
right now the Democrats are really damaged, mentally damaged. They want to take 1.5 trillion with a T, $1 trillion, and give it to people that invaded our country. They came into our country illegally, from prisons, from mental institutions, gang members. They want to give them health care and take it away from our citizens. We're not going to do that. They want to destroy our health care system. We're not going to let that happen.
Have you authorized CIA operations in Venezuela as part of
Well, I wouldn't say that, but some interesting things are happening around the world, I'll say that.
Mr. President, it has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Start moving. Thank you, guys. Let's go. Thanks, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thanks, President Trump.
Thank you,
press.
Kevin.
You guys.
Good job.
Thank you, guys.
President,
Trump's framing himself as the mediator president. Trump's framing himself as the mediator president. He thinks there's momentum from the breakthrough in the Middle East. Trump's framing himself as the mediator president and feels there's momentum from the breakthrough in the Middle East. He says there's a good chance of ending the war despite the bad blood between Putin and Zelensky. But a phone call to one yesterday and a meeting with the other today, and it's difficult to see any route to a ceasefire yet. You know, one more time. Trump's framing himself as the mediator president and thinks there's momentum after the breakthrough in the Middle East. He says there's a good chance of ending the war despite the bad blood between Putin and Zelensky. But a phone call to one yesterday and a meeting with the other today, and there's still no obvious route to a ceasefire yet.
chance. Did you see how many people in there? No chance. Per la Casa Bianca ce l'hai?
Sì, ma se non c'è il vescovo.
Sì o no?
Ho fatto io ieri, ma se non c'è il vescovo.
Allora non so che dirti. Prova a vedere se riesci, ma almeno a prendere. Dice che fa una conferenza la sera, ma lui ancora non è uscito, lui sta qua. Does anybody have a charger?
Massimo, ciao.
I love you.
Siamo nei guai perché stiamo aspettando questo Zelenskyy e ora non ce la facciamo. Magari
I have my cable there, but we have one shot. Let's all gather, because maybe more journalists will talk.
No, in questo momento no. In questo momento guardiamo, vi faccio sapere, non si sa bene. Sì, quello lo so, sì. Grazie. Che dici, prendo lo zenito?
Figurati se questo parla.
grosso Maria Luisa, non so io.
Allora prendi qualche immagine che troviamo, lui ancora non è andato via, no, lui sta ancora qua.
L'elicottero anche.
Facciamo benissimo. Viene, fa un no, lui se non trova va con la voiture a dove cavolo sai te, poi entra e fa una conferenza stampa. Mamma, se tu ti vedi là, non la faccio vedere. Poi per le 5 della notte faccio il collegamento che è a mezzanotte e poi facciamo il no, vedremo, insomma alle 6:45 ok, perfetto, grazie mille.
I got through at least like 15 of them. They were all the escape governor of Florida. Well, I got through
adesso, secondo te escludono? Ma io sto senza telefono, c'ho il cavetto e lei mi presta, c'è il caricabatteria, però a tempo che vado non c'è niente, non mi serve adesso.
Plastic surgery. That's the one with the guy who brought back had one arm because he had a pit bull stuck on his arm. That was my favorite. Dude, was that lunches in 500 capital and we'd all bullshit lunch, go to a bar, go to lunch. Yeah. The pit bull.
È proprio un reality show. Succede tutto, poi alla fine non succede niente.
L'ha fatto nulla.
Non lo so. La fase, se l'hanno detto.
Have you seen it? No. It's actually total paradise. But it's
Ci ho chiesto lui di vederlo. E quell'altro più dialogo che si mette a posto. E gli ha detto faccio il tunnel, fanno il tomahawk alla roba.
Can I just get you to make sure you're
Of course.
aware of the camera?
Yes. In fact, I'm trying to think. I don't know. They never really stop. Stop
No,
out
they're not
here,
gonna stop.
or not even. Answer.
Yes. Yes.
Christina, if we stand together, chances are they'll stop. I doubt it. No, from there, she says something. That's what. No, it's fine. No, ma tanto no. Guarda, io ho sto cavolo di sole sempre negli occhi. Guarda, the odds are null. Sì, stanno venire, ma sto scrivendo il testo. Oh my gosh, sì, scusa.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
I need that. Se anche corre.
No, prova un po', sai.
Am I okay?
Yes, you're good, thank you.
The plane left, the Marine One left. Did you need anything? Very good out there. Maybe they'll talk more. And one is gone and somebody wrote to his out. La macchina nuova.
Yes.
You good? Zelenskyy. President Zelenskyy, good meeting, sir. That was an exhaustive answer. Un incontro determinante ai fini della pace, alla quale sta guardando tutto il mondo, dai. Qua?
Donald Trump e Vladimir Putin combinaram de se encontrar pessoalmente na Hungria em algumas semanas, mas sem data definida. Na reunião com Volodymyr Zelenskyy aqui nesta tarde, o presidente norte-americano se mostrou otimista em relação ao fim da guerra entre Ucrânia e Rússia. Trump disse ainda que pensou que este conflito fosse mais fácil de resolver, mas que ele acredita que isso vai acontecer de alguma forma, só não sabe quando.
可在任期内连一项停火协议都没有促成。看来啊，明年特朗普势必还会继续冲诺贝尔和平奖。